Chapter 885. When Feng Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of land spirit of Langia, otherwise, he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yao Huang. But danger did not mean it was impossible. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Fengzi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked. The 3 of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Langia instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Langia spoke, Feng Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu immortal in the cloud building. Feng Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics, black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have 1 Gu immortal? The Inkman City Lord Emotan sang? It seems this Inkman Gu immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Langia Blessed Land is in danger. Feng Yuan guessed. Inkmen are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few Gu immortals. Inkman City being able to hide 1 Gu immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Langia Blessed Land, they sent out 2 Gu immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Emotan Sang is quite confident in the land spirit of Langia. Feng Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman Gu immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman Gu immortal only nodded at Feng Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Feng Yuan. It was no wonder. Feng Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human Gu immortal. In the current 5 regions in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been Gu immortals for generations. Without the protection of Gu immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without Gu immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman Gu immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Feng Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Feng Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Feng Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Langia, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly. They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Feng Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Langia's words should not be false. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, intense winds blew, pushing away the thick white fog and revealing a clear space. 2 enemy Gu immortals stood proudly in the air. One wore a black robe and had a very good complexion, but because of the hidden injuries on his body, his expression revealed a sense of decline. It made people feel that although this person was elegant and confident, his body was weak, as if he was about to die. It was Heicheng. The other was dressed in armor. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. He was also someone Feng Yuan was familiar with, rank 7 Gu immortal Qin Baishang. Feng Yuan immediately placed his attention on Qin Baishang. In Feng Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baishang was extremely strong. He was at the same level as Central Continent's Shirley. If they were to fight, Fong Yuan believed that he would not be a match for him. One had to know one's own limits. One of the reasons why Fong Yuan could live for so long was because he knew his limits. He had the Strength Path Killer move Mirror itself and did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone. He also had a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves that made up for his many shortcomings. But in a real battle, he might only be able to fight to a draw against people like Kanyang Laojun, He Langzi, Hui Fengzi, and Free Scholar. Although he killed Shuesongzi earlier, that was because his luck was good, his plan worked. Earlier, when he used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with He Langzi, even though the situation was in a stalemate, He Langzi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Langzi still had some strength left. Evidently, the land spirit knew Qin Baishang's strength. His brows furrowed even tighter as he muttered, "Damn it, I was just lacking a bit of time. As long as I can stall for time, even a tiger will become a sick cat." He seemed to have some powerful methods but needed time to prepare them. Unfortunately, the enemy did not intend to give the land spirit of Langya enough time. The enemy was already close to the cloud building. The land spirit of Langya had no choice but to resist. At the next moment, the land spirit turned around and said to the Inkman Gu Immortal at the corner, "Old Mo, go up and challenge them, try to stall for time as much as possible." "Yes, Lord Langya." The Inkman Gu Immortal bowed slightly and flew out of the cloud building. Fong Yuan prepared to attack at any time. The land spirit of Langya turned around and instructed. Fong Yuan nodded, thinking inwardly, "With my star path methods, I can still contend with people like Hui Fengzi and He Langzi. It is basically impossible to win, but I can stall for time. But against Qin Baishang, I have to use my full strength. Just relying on my star path cultivation is not enough." Just as he was thinking about this, an extremely strong pressure suddenly came from the front. What is this? The terrifying pressure caused Fong Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Baishang stood proudly in the air. He Chang behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Baishang's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Gu Immortal. As for this Gu Immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Baishang had actually killed a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a breath of time. How fast? What level of battle strength was this? Killing a Gu Immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Chang was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of He Chang suppressing He Langzi in one move. But suppressing and killing Gu Immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Gu Immortal had just flown out and was just about to speak. Qin Baishang attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Gu Immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Baishang's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei. He is on the same level as Feng Jioga. Quickly retreat. Fong Yuan shouted at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also reacted at the same time. When Fong Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fong Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fong Yuan and the land spirit of Langya, he was surprised. Fong Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Baishang, but the beheading just now, it left a deep impression on Fong Yuan. The land spirit of Langya was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tansang took a step forward. He looked at the stranger Fong Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Fong Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tansang did not investigate Fong Yuan's identity. He asked the land spirit of Langya with concern. The land spirit of Langya did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tansang had seen such a situation. Instead, Fong Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tansang in a heavy tone that Inkman Gu Immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Bai Sheng. This battle's strength is already on par with rank 8. Only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Emo is dead. He was killed by Qin Bai Sheng in one move? Emo Tansang's body shook. An expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu Immortal's death was a heavy blow to Emo Tansang. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu Immortals. Now only Emo Tansang was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Bai Sheng be so strong? Emo Tansang's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Langya. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langya, "Lord Land Spirit of Langya, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal Gu of these Gu Immortals? Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron? This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langya?" Hearing this immortal Gu house can forcefully refine other people's immortal Gu? Feng Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Jioge would die here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal Gu of the Gu immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But Gu immortals could only use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal Gu were refined, then the Gu immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could capture so many Gu immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal Gu house could refine the immortal Gu of other Gu immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Longhair Ancestor was the creator of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine Gu, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Langya ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Emo Tansang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Langya so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of Northern Plains, even Langya blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance? Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. Chapter 886. Celestial Court. There were many palaces shining brightly. Heaven Overseeing Tower stood tall. For rank 8 Gu Immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Cang Shui, Lian Zhousheng, and Bai Chan Tian stood in 4 different directions. The huge Gu formation drew a grand shadow in the air. Countless precious immortal materials were thrown into the air like the cheapest cabbages in the market. In the shadow formed by the refinement path Gu formation, these immortal materials were processed at an extremely fast speed. At this point, half of the success Dao marks obtained from the infallible inheritance had already been used up. The female Gu immortal Bai Cang Shui's gaze shined brightly as she looked at the refinement path Gu formation in the air. This was the first time she was participating in the restoration of Fate Gu, and also the first time she was seeing this refinement path Gu formation with shocking effects. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. He had already noticed Bai Cang Shui's expression. He spoke. Fairy Cang Shui, if you want this refinement path Gu formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to obtain it. Bai Cang Shui's expression changed. She knew that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words had a deeper meaning. He was reminding her. This was the crucial moment of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu. She could not look at the refinement path Gu formation and be distracted. I am ashamed. Bai Cang Shui bowed towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing. This refinement path Gu formation is extremely profound and has incredible power. Even though I am not a refinement path Gu immortal, I know that this formation seems to have reached the fundamental profundity of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half sung. This Gu formation gives me a feeling of wanting more. It seems it can go a step further and become an immortal Gu house. Fairy Cang Shui's gaze was bright. But this Gu formation cannot be raised into an immortal Gu house. The white-haired young man, Lian Zhousheng replied with a smile. Oh, why is that? Bai Zong Shui's gaze flickered, showing curiosity on her face. The main reason is that it lacks the most crucial core immortal goo. Fairy Zong Shui does not know. This refinement path goo formation is only an imitation of long-hair ancestors' rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron by predecessors of celestial court. Lian Zhousheng slowly explained, revealing a secret, and this refinement cauldron. Now it is still preserved in Langya Blessed Land. The core immortal goo are all there. Is that so? Bai Zong Shui's face dimmed. Immortal goo were unique, refinement cauldron still existed. Celestial Court's goo formation was not easy to upgrade. Of course. Indeed, he could start from scratch and redesign this goo formation, using other immortal goo as the core to achieve similar power. But this was very difficult. Back then, Longhair Ancestor was able to complete 88-point Jinyang Tower and the Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. Other than being a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, there was another reason. And because he has a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster friend, Immortal Li Yan. Lian Zhousheng sighed. Immortal Li Yan was the founder of the Prophecy of Three Venerables. A true Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His predictions were very accurate. Immortal Li Yan, Longhair Ancestor. Bai Zong Shui muttered and suddenly thought of something. Back then, why didn't they absorb Longhair Ancestor into the Celestial Court? He was a Refinement Path Grandmaster. But he only had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not an invincible rank 9 Goo Immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains Goo Immortal, our Celestial Court has our methods. We could change his Northern Plains aura to Central Continent aura. Indeed, there were only 3 people like Longhair Ancestor in history. Back then, why didn't Celestial Court take him in? Lian Zhousheng was also puzzled. Bai Chuntian was silent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. That is because Longhair Ancestor is not a pure human. He is a hairy man from head to toe. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his refinement path attainment is, he cannot enter Celestial Court. Celestial Court is the sacred land of us pure humans. How could such a low-level variant human enter? Oh, there was actually such a thing. Longhair Ancestor was a hairy man? The other 3 Goo Immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Originally, there were 5 cloud buildings, but 3 had already been destroyed. Only 2 were left. On Qin Baisheng's side, Shuesongzi died. On Land Spirit of Langya's side, an Inkman Goo Immortal also died. Qin Baisheng burst out with terrifying battle strength. He was unstoppable as he charged towards Land Spirit of Langya, Fong Yuan, and Mo Tansang's cloud building, causing Land Spirit of Langya to be in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? The other party is too strong, we cannot hold on. Even though there are still 2 cloud buildings, we have already lost them. Damn it, so hateful. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked up. I wonder when I can come out again. I spent so much effort to build Langya Blessed Land. Who knows if that lunatic will raise it into a grotto heaven. That lunatic's ambition is too great. He will definitely bring destruction to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was fuming with anger. He was mumbling to himself to the point that it was almost nonsense. This gave Fong Yuan and Mo Tansang a sense of panic and anxiety. Fong Yuan was still fine. He had fixed immortal travel after all. But Mo Tansang was truly uneasy. That Inkman Goo Immortal had already died. If he was also sacrificed, the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would have an extremely worrying outcome. Without the protection of Goo Immortals, the Inkmen in Inkman City would become a huge piece of juicy meat. Countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards would fight for them. The Inkman citizens would have a tragic ending. They would become slaves and live in misery. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are depending on you. Longhair Ancestor is a grand character who discussed Tao with a demon venerable. Think about it carefully. You must have some methods to deal with the enemy. Mo Tansang approached Land Spirit of Langya and urged, Don't force me, don't force me. Land Spirit of Langya grabbed his hair and shook his head. Mo Tansang was even more anxious. He grabbed the Land Spirit's arm and shook his body. Land Spirit of Langya, quickly wake up. Ah! Land Spirit of Langya seemed to have reached his limit. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom! A fierce power suddenly erupted from land spirit of Langya's body. Mo Tansang was caught off guard. He coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. He was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not land spirit of Langya? Mo Tansang's eyes were wide open. He shouted at land spirit of Langya in disbelief. Land spirit of Langya originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty. He was about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist. The muscles on his body bulged. He was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair. The brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. Pair of eyes, filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, land spirit of Langya changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps. He stared at land spirit of Langya with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at land spirit of Langya. Land spirit of Langya slowly raised his head. He looked down at Mo Tansang, who was sitting on the ground by the wall. His tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not land spirit of Langya? How many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation humph, because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land spirit of Langya said until here. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted, how many years has it been? He breathed in deeply. His face was filled with excitement and malevolence. He clenched his fists. The bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Mo Tansang's thighs. I am finally back. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. He was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. You two don't need to be suspicious. I am land spirit of Langya. I am the real deal. Land spirit of Langya suddenly raised his head. His gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang. My main body is a hairy man. After I died, I had two obsessions. However, there was only one earth spirit, and these two obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the land spirit of Langya. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space, escape immortal goo. Land spirit of Langya snorted coldly, explaining, two obsessions. Mo Tansang's expression froze. Fang Yuan was much faster than him. He immediately asked, then, land spirit of Langya, what is your condition? Earlier, for the land spirit of Langya to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Fang Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the land spirit of Langya's appearance had changed. According to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master. The hairy man land spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan. His tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. Why do I not have the qualifications? Fang Yuan was not angry. The land spirit of Langya crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly. My ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men. You will have to beg for our favor. You will be as lowly as an ant. Any hairy man who can achieve this goal will be the owner of the land spirit of Langya. Haha. Mo Tansang was dazed. Fang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he did not have the qualifications, because Fang Yuan was not a hairy man. He did not even have the qualifications to participate. Two obsessions. Theoretically speaking, it's not impossible. No wonder long hair ancestor is called long hair. He is a hairy man. So that's it, long hair ancestor is extremely talented, but in history, there are no records of him being recruited by the celestial court. No wonder. I once tried to buy hairy man slaves from the land spirit of Langya, but he rejected me with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan started to believe the words of the land spirit of Langya. After all, from start to finish, he had personally witnessed the entire process. through the appraisal of more than 10 investigative killer moves. This means that after Long-Hair Ancestor died, he had two obsessions. One was the Refinement Path obsession. It was related to Space Escape Immortal Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. The other obsession was the obsession of the race. Long-Hair Ancestor was a hairy man. He felt that hairy men were oppressed by humans. That was why he had such an intense obsession. Fang Yuan's expression became even more solemn. The land spirit of Langya in front of him not only changed in appearance, his temperament had also changed. Their previous friendship was no longer useful. Then now, what attitude would the new land spirit of Langya have towards the pure human Fang Yuan? Chapter 887. Don't be nervous, kid, I won't attack you. The land spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan with his tiger-like eyes, before adding in a playful tone, even though you have taken advantage of me. Those were fair transactions in the past. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, immediately denying it. Humph, you were able to grow to your current level, you have indeed taken a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I don't mind, we can even continue to cooperate. The land spirit of Langya said coldly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Don't you want to overthrow the human race and establish the hegemony of the hairy man race? Of course. The land spirit of Langya did not hesitate, immediately replying. But rice needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. The road needs to be walked step by step. To realize my ambitions, I need to recognize the reality. Even if my main body is alive, I need to disguise as a human. To realize the hegemony of the hairy man race, cooperation with you humans is essential. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. This new land spirit of Langya in front of him, although his ambitions were unrealistic, his actions were rational. He had a clear understanding of his surroundings and himself. While the two were talking, Emotan Sang quietly got up and healed his injuries. My plan is foolproof. The land spirit of Langya's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said slowly in a low voice, first, I will use benefits to gather a group of human Gu immortals. Using humans to deal with humans, I will disintegrate the human camp from the inside. I will recruit these human Gu immortals and train them to become the hunting dogs of my hairy man race. You are one of my targets, Towards the end, he pointed at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, Emotan sang. The land spirit could not lie indeed. He actually exposed his own scheme. It was all exposed. At the next moment, the land spirit of Langya also realized something was amiss. His loud laughter came to an abrupt end. He rubbed his chin, a look of regret flashing across his face. Oh no. Once he was happy, he told everyone about the plan. Fang Yuan, Emotanzang. As for you, Inkman Gu Immortal. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya's gaze shifted from Fang Yuan to Emotanzang. I'm not that weak fellow who is afraid of being exposed. I have refused to cooperate with you many times. I'm very interested in all the collaborations you've proposed, especially those who had subverted human clans and schemed against human forces. Speaking of which, the human race is too powerful. Facing the current human race, we mutants are natural allies. Cooperate with my hairy man clan. Your Inkman city will develop even faster and continue to grow stronger. Emotan Sang's injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. Hearing the words of the land spirit of Langya, Zhang Hanyang nodded. Emotan Sang suddenly had a feeling that the bitterness was over, and the good was about to come. He glanced at Fang Yuan discreetly. He still did not know that this Star Path Gu immortal in front of him was the Fang Yuan that he knew. Ha ha. The land spirit of Langya thought of a good idea, and started laughing loudly again. These idiotic Inkmen. That's right, to let my hairy man clan become the overlord. We need to make use of these Inkmen, Feathermen and others. Wait until the day we succeed. Then we will demote these clans to slaves, and squeeze out their value. Of course, these Inkmen of Inkman City can be treated differently. After all, they are descendants of immortal Yi Yan's bloodline. We can support them to become the puppet kings of the Inkmen, haha. This idea is too good. Fang Yuan, Emotan sang. The land spirit of Langya saw their speechless expressions, and was slightly stunned before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fong Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Langia become the overlord of hairy men? Mo Tansang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an inkman and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Langia. Qin Baishang quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 Gu immortals in the building. Qin Baishang had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fong Yuan's side. Qin Baishang squinted his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom! Golden light burst out, and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged. The golden hammer shadow had an intimidating aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move. City-shattering hammer. How dare you? At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit did not dodge. He faced the giant golden hammer head-on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city-shattering hammer, dozens of goo worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move. Clear space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land spirit of Langia? Seeing the land spirit of Langia's change in appearance, even the mysterious Shadow Sect's vice leader Qin Baishang showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. It is me. The land spirit of Langia shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up. He directly charged towards Qin Baishang. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Langia. His temperament was simply 2 extremes. He was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fong Yuan and Mo Tansang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world. It was the most important thing for Gu immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels. But the land spirit of Langia, who had turned into a hairy man, was different. He directly attacked. Even though Qin Baishang had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Langia was not afraid at all. He Chang, who was at the side, was first stunned. Then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Baishang's strength, the land spirit of Langia had taken the initiative to attack. He was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Baishang, his expression was solemn. Since invading Langia blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path. His most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Langia. Soul Suppression was Qin Baishang's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in Soul Foundation caused the immortal killer move Soul Suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Qin Baishang had used Soul Suppression to suppress He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Baishang had used Soul Suppression again, suppressing that Inkman Gu immortal until he could not move, and then used a Metal Path killer move to behead the Inkman Gu immortal. But against the land spirit of Langia now, Soul Suppression had no effect at all. Why? Because the land spirit of Langia was a special existence. He did not have a soul. He was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power. His body was between illusion and reality. He did not have a real body. Nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Baishang had soul suppression. He could speak like a river. He could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Langia did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly to the land spirit of Langia, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baishang was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Langia was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Langia was planning. Once Qin Baisheng retreated, the land spirit of Langya's aura surged. He became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move. Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move. Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move. Chaotic Lightning Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baisheng from all directions. Qin Baisheng quickly defended himself. His entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless Great Thousand Spears, but Qin Baisheng's hair was covered in a layer of white frost. His lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path Killer move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears were like a torrential storm. They were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks. They were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baisheng's skin. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and roared. Countless goo worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal goo and countless mortal goo appeared one after another. Immortal killer move. Yellowwood rustling. Immortal killer move. Defeat blood flying smoke. Immortal killer move. Immortal slaughtering beheading blade. Wood path killer move, causing withered leaves to fly in the air. Blade path killer move unstoppable. The blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a blood path killer move. A blood red smoke coiled around Qin Baisheng's waist. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself. He had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langya roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal goo and immortal goo appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Immortal killer move. Shattered ice armor. Immortal killer move. Chaotic hole drill. Immortal killer move. Wishful shadow sword. Ice path, space path, and dark path killer moves erupted one after another. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself. He had no choice but to retreat again. The more Langya land spirit advanced, the stronger his aura became. His immortal killer moves were unleashed like floodwaters. Qin Baisheng was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. The more Qin Baisheng retreated, the more passive he was, while the land spirit of Langya was getting crazier. One advanced and one retreated. They fought for tens of li in one breath. He Cheng, Fong Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang, who were watching the battle, were dumbstruck. Langya Blessed Land's foundation was extremely deep. It had many immortal goo. Long Hair Ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves. He also had Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He had accumulated a huge amount of immortal essence. Langya land spirit's indiscriminate bombardment was completely able to support him due to his large family and large business. Fong Yuan even suspected that the land spirit of Langya could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. What do we do? The land spirit's defeat is already set. Mo Tan Sang asked Fong Yuan with an anxious expression. Fong Yuan did not reply. He had a hesitant expression. The land spirit of Langya charged out without even saying a word. Risking its life, it was simply stupid. The land spirit was not afraid of Qin Baisheng's soul pressure, but Fong Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were completely countered by this move. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could break this soul path killer move. At once, Fong Yuan fell into a predicament similar to when Hui Fengzi and He Langzi faced the shameless combination of 6 illusion star bodies and position star transposition. Mo Tan Sang glanced at Fong Yuan. Seeing that this unfamiliar Gu immortal had no intention of joining the battle, he could not help but feel anxious. The land spirit of Langya was unreliable and had boundless ambitions. It wanted to enslave all the Inkmen. But Mo Tan Sang was a formidable character. In Fong Yuan's previous life, he used Ma Hongyun's influence to revitalize the Inkman race. Even if the land spirit of Langya's thoughts were 100 times more arrogant, so what? To Mo Tan Sang, the brand new land spirit of Langya was more beneficial to the Inkman race than the previous land spirit. Cooperating with him had great prospects. Mo Tan Sang was moved, but Qin Baisheng was too strong. Mo Tan Sang did not want the land spirit to die, but he was wary of Qin Baisheng. He wanted to drag Fong Yuan down with him. Fong Yuan was unmoved. Such a huge change in the land spirit of Langya might be an opportunity for Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not want to take excessive risks. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice or the benefits were too great. Now he wanted to save the land spirit. It was indeed an opportunity, but the risk was too high. Different from Mo Tansang. Once the land spirit was destroyed, Mo Tansang would be trapped. He had to fight even if he did not want to. Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel, he could retreat. Thus he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. Boom! The land spirit of Langya was directly hit by Qin Baishang's attack. Its entire body was sent flying like a rubber ball, rapidly crashing into the thick cloud soil on the ground. The cloud soil was soft to begin with. The land spirit of Langya sank deep into the cloud soil, creating a huge crater. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its entire body was bound by a dazzling golden chain. The land spirit struggled intensely but could not move. It's over. Qin Baishang's face was solemn, leisurely flying above the land spirit, his cold eyes looking down at the land spirit beneath his feet. Qin Baishang retracted all of his aura. His hands formed palms, slowly putting them together in front of his chest, like an old monk meditating. At the same time, he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is preparing something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. Mo Tansang felt something was amiss, and immediately shouted. Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Baishang. He was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Baishang was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly, Qin Baishang's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose, from his chest to his shoulder to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Baishang's eyes were closed. There was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tansang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Baishang would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse, even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Langya sensed the greatest danger. It struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Baishang is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. How can he know it? Feng Yuan gulped. He felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move. 5-finger fist heart sword. 1 finger. Qin Baishang suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast. 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 The sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Langya's forehead. The land spirit of Langya struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving, his body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Baishang, who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Langya struggled even more crazily, like it was electrocuted. If it was Feng Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Langya was a special existence. It did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers. Qin Baishang raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist. It was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's right arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably. Its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers. The third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's left arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably. Its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him. Once the land spirit of Langya dies, We are all finished. Emotan Sang shouted anxiously. Fong Yuan's gaze was solemn, his body was like steel. He did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Langya. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fong Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fong Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Langya blessed land. For fingers. At this time Qin Baisheng raised his right ring finger. Save me. The land spirit of Langya could not stay calm. It screamed with all its might. Let's fight. Emotan Sang shouted at Fong Yuan. He immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. Ah no! The female hairy man Gu Immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on Damao's corpse, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man Gu Immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Baisheng with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent Gu Immortals like you? We have no enmity, why did you attack us, why did you kill innocent Gu Immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Emotan Sang and Fong Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man Gu Immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Langya too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Baisheng sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and looked at Qin Baisheng angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm, he had no hesitation. Humph, you want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal Gu. Don't try such a childish idea on me. I won't give you time to do it. Qin Baisheng sneered. He paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first." Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move. City crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fong Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Langya was not at its wit's end yet. Fong Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble. The cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city crushing hammer. Fong Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Baisheng snorted in his heart. He looked at Fong Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed. The fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building. The other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi. It had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fong Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white, the cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baisheng looked around, he sneered in disdain. Laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy. His expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." At the same time, the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortals and Fairy Jiangyu in the other 2 directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack crack. Thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The clouds surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is... Emotanzi's pupils shrunk. The true Langya blessed land. Such a grand creation, I only saw the surface? At this moment, even Fong Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack, the immortals looked down. They saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains, and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog. Countless life forms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground, tigers and elephants. There were many life forms. They formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters. They were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains, and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea. Their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in goo refinement. They competed with their conscience. They lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land? Mo Tan Sang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space. Is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Langya blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. Hei Chung saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Langya blessed land. This is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fang Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in Cloud Cover Continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half. Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly. He licked his lips and shouted in his heart, how much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking. No wonder the land spirit of Langya had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy man goo immortals and so many outstanding hairy man goo masters. These people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men. Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baishang stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and goo worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of refinement cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langya knew he could not delay any longer. He shouted, "You want to snatch refinement cauldron? Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation." "Yes, Lord Land Spirit." The hairy man goo immortals responded. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya transmitted secretly, Mo Tan Sang, Fang Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy man goo immortals. It will be up to the 3 of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die. Chapter 890. Hearing the land spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered intensely. He hesitated internally. But in the end, he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy man goo immortals. Mo Tan Sang did the same as him. Battle formation. Heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya shouted. Countless goo worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy man goo immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of goo worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Mo Tan Sang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fang Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fang Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langya. He came to the center with Mo Tan Sang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle I, Mo Tan Sang, will represent Northern Plains Inkman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side. Fang Yuan was silent. He only nodded at the land spirit of Langya. The other hairy man goo immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Mo Tan Sang. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, this hairy man goo immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly, and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, The land spirit of Langya did not criticize Fang Yuan for turning into a hairy man Gu immortal. Perhaps in his heart, he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fang Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. No time for nonsense. The three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle, the land spirit of Langya said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly Giant Solar, Heavenly Giant Solar, Heavenly Giant Solar, Heavenly Giant Solar. The land spirit of Langya suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional Gu formation. All the Gu immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langya. They each occupied a formation core of the Gu formation. At the same time, Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang, the land spirit, and the hairy man Gu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of Gu immortal He Cheng, the land spirit of Langya's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tins of Li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fang Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw He Cheng's shocked expression. Then he saw that even Qin Baisheng had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langya, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation." Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined, as if we have fused into one. Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together with just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Baisheng's immortal killer move Soul Suppression. Qin Baisheng's Soul Suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fang Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Baisheng's Soul Suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting, heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands. Qin Baisheng watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows Gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. He Cheng sighed. But it is not strange, long-hair ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Baisheng sighed lightly, ordering. He Cheng's expression froze. He looked at Qin Baisheng in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly. You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant, I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu house dark prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baisheng's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Cheng could not reject. He Cheng squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd. He knew that Qin Baisheng was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Cheng was furious but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baisheng's hands. Qin Baisheng promised huge benefits. He Cheng had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land spirit of Langya commanded as he shouted. Heavenly giant solar attack? Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baisheng. Because Qin Baisheng was trying to retrieve the rank 8 Immortal Goo House refinement cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Cheng suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baisheng. He Cheng looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. In his palm a black pearl appeared. It was the size of a rice bowl. It was shining with black light, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast sleeping soundly. This pig was an ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar. It had rank 7 Goo immortal battle strength. And this black pearl was He tribe's rank 6 immortal Goo house, dark prison. He Cheng first let out the sharp-tusked boar, before entering the immortal Goo house dark prison. Boom! With a loud sound, the silver giant collided with the sharp-tusked boar. The pure and terrifying force caused the air to explode, creating a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The ancient desolate beast's sharp-tusked boar cried out in pain. Its huge boar head was covered in blood. One of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back. There was a dent in its chest. But soon after a silver light rippled, the dent was healed. There were no visible injuries. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan and the other immortals who were controlling the silver giant felt their immortal essence expending several beads at the same time. That damned previous Goo immortal. He turned a Goo immortal's battle strength into a fool for no reason. Damn it! Land Spirit of Langya was very unhappy. He cursed himself. He was very unhappy with this attack. Even though the silver giant had the upper hand, it expended too much immortal essence. That attack earlier did not display the silver giant's true power. The main reason was because these hairy man Goo immortals were dragging it down. Emotan sang, "You will be the main attacker this time." Land Spirit of Langya shouted angrily, before instructing fiercely, "Use your signature killer move." Understood. Emotan sang immediately responded with a solemn expression. After 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move. Chi Explosion Roar. And in He Cheng's eyes, he saw the silver giant's neck suddenly turn. Its right head was aimed at the sharp-tusked boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. The right head suddenly rippled with silver light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black head. On the head, there were many crystals that were sharp like spears, emitting cold air. The expression on the head's face also changed. Its eyebrows were raised. Its eyes protruded as it stared angrily at the sharp-tusked boar. Seeing such a head, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of He Cheng's heart. He Cheng wanted to summon the sharp-tusked boar to his side, but the black head had already opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous explosion took place and echoed across the heavens and earth at that instant. Air was blown apart, sound waves spread out in all directions. Most of the power was concentrated on the sharp-tusked boar. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered, broken bones and organs flew everywhere. The sharp-tusked boar was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 Goo immortal battle strength, but under the sound wave attack, it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it exploded, dying on the spot. Such power! He Cheng's expression changed. Feng Yuan was moved. An incredible ancient battle formation. It can actually amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Emotan sang and the hairy man Goo immortals were shocked before becoming overjoyed. They could see the hope of victory. Although this attack consumed quite a few beads of their celestial core power, it was worth it since the battle was fruitful. He Cheng's heart was cold. Against this silver giant, even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, it would not have much effect. But right after that, a wisp of hatred surged onto his face. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. He Cheng growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Goo houses had both offense and defense. They were fortresses of war. They could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move 5th Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 Goo immortals activated 3 defensive immortal killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. Chapter 891. As the immortal goo house dark prison crashed towards the silver giant like a meteor. At this time, the silver giant's 3 arms started to transform. One of the arms opened its fingers as a star cloud spiral appeared in its palm. The deep blue spiral expanded rapidly. Soon it expanded to 5 to 6 times the size of a normal star cloud grindstone. Its rotation was also 50 to 60% faster than before. The other arm was placed in front of its chest. Its forearm bones changed, forming a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that it covered most of the silver giant's body that was hundreds of meters tall. The last arm had its fingers hanging down. It seemed to be holding a light yellow translucent veil. It was inconspicuous compared to the other 2. The immortal goo house dark prison tore through the air, getting close. The silver giant used the star cloud grindstone to block it. With a loud sound, dark prison was absorbed by the star cloud grindstone. The star cloud grindstone started to move rapidly, producing loud cracking sounds as it expanded and shrunk. After several changes, it exploded. The star cloud was destroyed. From the blue light fragments, the immortal goo house dark prison charged out like a raging bull. The silver giant used the navy blue shield to block it. Dark prison crashed into the shield. After a few breaths of time, a large area of cracks appeared around the area where the shield and dark prison collided. The shield shattered. But after these 2 layers of defense, dark prison's attack was less than 30% of its original strength. Eventually, dark prison immortal goo house crashed into the 5th earth veil. It was soft and powerless. It was like an arrow that had reached its limit. It landed on the silver giant's chest, but it only caused negligible damage. Even though dark prison was an immortal goo house, the only goo immortal using it was He Chang. From this, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was very similar to an immortal goo house. The more goo immortals that used them, the greater the power they could erupt with. But there was a difference between the 2. Immortal goo houses did not have strict requirements for the goo immortals' paths and cultivation level, but battle formations had specific requirements. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar Battle Formation required the goo immortals inside to cultivate the same path. This way, the power of the silver giant would be even greater, and it would be more agile and nimble to control. In this battle, Fong Yuan displayed star path strength, Mo Tansang was chi path, Land Spirit of Langya was a special existence, while the other hairy man goo immortals were refinement path goo immortals. In this situation, Heavenly Giant Solar's power had yet to reach its limit. Fortunately, there were so many hairy men as a foundation. Otherwise, if the paths were too messy, the silver giant wouldn't be able to take shape. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the 2nd strongest ancient battle formation. Its requirements weren't very strict. According to historical records, there were many other battle formations whose requirements were either tricky or strange. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to fulfill the requirements to form a battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also one of the reasons why they gradually disappeared in history. Both were supreme attainments in formation path, but immortal goo houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a sign of the progress of the times. History rolled on. From ancient times to the present, there were countless heroes and extraordinary talents that emerged in every era. The wisdom of these people accumulated over generations, forming the current era of goo cultivation, where 100 schools of thought competed against each other. He Chang was right. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron lost many goo worms and even lost some immortal goo, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's goo worms would still be effective. Haha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man goo immortals in my refinement cauldron. With them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal goo house? Land Spirit of Langya shouted, declaring victory. Langya blessed land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage, there were still hairy man goo immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like refinement cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time Qin Baisheng smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, two hairy man-gu immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng. Greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These two hairy man-gu immortals who were guarding Refinement Cauldron were actually Shadow Sect's spies in Langya Blessed Land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. He looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you two doing? The hairy man-gu immortals were shocked and furious. One of them shouted, as hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the Blessed Land. How can they betray us? This must be an illusion, don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man-gu immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the two hairy man-gu immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baisheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to Land Spirit of Langya's side. Especially those hairy man-gu immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. Haicheng obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baisheng collected the gu worms at an even faster speed. Land Spirit of Langya's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot. It was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, kill them all. Kill these two traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron still has my will. It will not stop. It still has power, it is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Langya Blessed Land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land Spirit of Langya tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man-gu immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man-gu immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation. They made up their minds to fight to the death. The Silver Giant's aura was overwhelming. It regrouped and fought the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, Haicheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy. His control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Gu Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Gu Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tansang, and Land Spirit of Langya. It was like having two fists but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man-gu immortals were not good at fighting. They were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The silver giant was very clumsy. Many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the silver giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. Haicheng had to retreat. 2 hairy man-gu immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baisheng. However, the silver giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Langya ordered. The silver giant chased after Qin Baisheng, but at this moment Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man-gu immortals could not react in time. The silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time 2 figures flew out from afar. It was Hui Fengzi and He Langzi, who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy man-gu immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain-like silver giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. For Gu immortals and a rank 6 immortal Gu house engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy man-gu immortals became more coordinated. The silver giant got stronger as it fought. Even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the silver giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Baisheng had no choice but to stop 3 times. He moved away from the silver giant's pursuit. His expression was extremely pale. Immortal killer move. Myriad self-giant hand. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long. At this moment, he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's forearms were raised high before slamming down. Boom, 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 boom. A loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. For large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the Gu immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used wind escape, escaping with all his might. He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry. Its bones were completely shattered. That part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. He Cheng hesitated slightly. 2 strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed Black Prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble! With a loud sound, the 2 strength path hands broke apart. The immortal Gu House Black Prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal Gu houses were not mosquitoes. They could not be slapped to death. But Black Prison's current state made all the Gu immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal Gu house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now both sides were flattened. A huge crack was spreading all over Black Prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time, balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shuesong Zi. Hui Fengzi was indeed the number 1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man Gu immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Langya first showed joy on his face, but soon, his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan who was not far away. Fang Yuan's expression was pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing. He looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Langya's suspicions immediately melted. He focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng was no longer at his original position. A strength path giant hand attacked him. He had to stop the process of collecting immortal Gu and dodge. This time his expression was pale. The injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fang Yuan and the others, Qin Baisheng's aura was gone. He was extremely weak. I will stop here for now. The next time I come, it will not be like this. Humph. Qin Baisheng said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured. He gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal Gu House refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya roared as he chased. Qin Baisheng and the rest were well prepared. After gathering, they tore space and escaped from Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya could not fly out of this blessed land. He could only watch as Qin Baisheng and the rest escaped with a large portion of refinement cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained refinement cauldron yet. This is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky. Fairy Jiangyu transmitted to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's expression was grim. The situation has changed. Luopa Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return. That immortal Gu is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jiangyu's heart shook. She asked, "Then what about Langya Blessed Land? I suggest we keep it for now. The hairy men there are very valuable." At this time, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies. It is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time. We only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man Gu immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, the previous land spirit of Langya seemed to have sensed something. Thus he only allowed us Gu immortals to refine Gu normally. He did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The 2 hairy man Gu immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baishang thought about it and said, "Forget it, even though we still have 1 spy left. The urgent matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal Gu is nurtured. This immortal Gu is related to our plan, we cannot lose it. As for refinement cauldron, we have taken more than half of it. It can be considered a remnant immortal Gu house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use dark prison to make up for it. Alright. When the time is right, we will attack together." The Shadow Sect members looked at He Chong with obscure gazes. They did not transmit anymore. "Relocate, we need to relocate." At this moment in Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya muttered as he made up his mind. Long Hair Ancestor had already passed away. Langya Blessed Land had become an ownerless Blessed Land, but it could still be relocated? This did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire Blessed Land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable. The price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Langya explained to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Long Hair Ancestor's foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. You two contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time. Especially you, Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Langya said. Mo Tansang stared with wide eyes, looking at Feng Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Feng Yuan he knew. Feng Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tansang. Sigh. The land spirit of Langya let out a sigh. It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly. Shortly after he said, without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily. Why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area. Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sect's Qin Baishang, Fairy Jiangyu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, and the rest, who had given up on Langya Blessed Land and returned in time. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. Qin Baishang gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With 3 intense explosions, Qin Baishang forced back the 3 invading Gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. The great Chen Zhenqi actually lost 3 times to a Gu immortal, and could not even last 1 move each time? Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Chen Zhenqi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baishang with a furious expression. Damn it. The wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Feiyin gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baishang's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Old man Tianlong thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain blessed land, Feng Joga was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu immortals were delayed. Qin Baishang and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadowsek's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path. Fragrant Sorcerer in Carved Wolf. Wind Path. Death Wind Flying Blade. He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi saw that the Central Continent Gu Immortals' attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal Killer Move Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment Feng Zhuge attacked, his Sound Path Killer move was extraordinary. He Lang Zi and Hui Feng Zi were forced to retreat. Hui Feng Zi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade green color. There was a qualitative change. He Lang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his Fragrant Sorcerer in statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Zhuge. Qin Baisheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, I underestimated you. Last time I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time we had a wisdom path Gu Immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan we were able to deduce this Luopa Valley. Feng Zhuge was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face. His tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Qin Baisheng said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next, he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Zhuge stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baisheng's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's 5-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baisheng replied. Are you ready to die? Feng Zhuge laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension, and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu Immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the Sex records. This 5-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Zhuge was not nervous at all. He spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Zhuge's temperament even more. Humph, you know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baisheng sneered. Feng Zhuge shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth. I faced heaven and earth. I revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature. I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth. Going with the flow of nature, it was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if Heaven and Earth Song was stronger, or if Five-Finger Fist Heartsword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Zhuge and Qin Baisheng. Even Qin Baisheng had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting. It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Song Water muttered. Lian Zhoushang's and Bai Chun Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain. The so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fate Gu. Next, we will have to control this refinement path Gu formation. It will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist providence. Providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it. Otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 Gu immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. We will take turns to rest and recover. Okay. Central Continent, Hu immortal blessed land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Feng Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Feng Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Feng Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary. It was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Feng Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using Eat Strength Immortal Gu to devour its meat and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. I am a Strength Path Gu immortal, after all. Strength Path Dao marks are my foundation. Feng Yuan ate as he recalled the Battle of Langya blessed land that he had participated in. In this battle, Feng Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face. He deceived almost everyone. Feng Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used Star Path killer moves in battle. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently, Feng Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Gu. These 3 Immortal Gu were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wanxiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Gu. But it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Feng Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Gu, to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this Battle of Langya blessed land, Feng Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self I can match rank 7 Gu Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 Gu Immortals. I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baisheng, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Zhuge. In this battle, Feng Yuan truly understood Qin Baisheng's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle Feng Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self Giant Hand. In this situation, being high profile was courting death. From start to finish, Feng Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baisheng? His true strength is actually so deep. He Cheng Jiangyu and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baishang seems to be their leader. With He Cheng in the group, He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Langya Blessed Land's situation is really complicated. In Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, Langya Blessed Land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Feng Yuan's influence that changed Langya Blessed Land's situation? In front of Feng Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now facing Qin Baishang, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I am truly weak. Feng Yuan looked down at his hand. It was covered in goat blood. It was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baishang, Feng Yuan was like this huge horned goat. He could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. In the legends of Ranzu, there was an interesting record. After Boundless Forest Samsara left her father, Ranzu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad. She was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of Boundless Forest Samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless Forest Samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge Boundless Forest Samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, tiny person, I did not cry. Why are you crying? Boundless Forest Samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I have seen it. I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes they would sigh at the greatness of the world. Sometimes they would find that their goal was so far away, that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw Boundless Forest Samsara was understandable. Thinking back in my previous life, I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Feng Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I am still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sent inside Feng Yuan's immortal aperture Deathland, 2 wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will like twinkling stars flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These 2 wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Feng Yuan willed. Another wave of Nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually, the fake will lost miserably. Only a few of them were left. Feng Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form. It used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula 1, it formed into Feng Yuan's image. It looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture Deathland. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either. It has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Feng Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak. There were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial quartz exploration of dream realms. It was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange. She did not recognize it. Thus she remembered it. She left this spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Gu immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique. He found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals. Perhaps it had been destroyed by fire. Perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Feng Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously, he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Feng Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Feng Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move understanding dream immortal, no matter how busy Feng Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Feng Yuan opened his eyes. He left the bed and went to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Guyue Fengjing was locked up inside. He was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him. It was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fengjing became like this. Feng Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenchiru, Fengjing did not react. Feng Yuan did not mind. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time. It could not be done in one go. Feng Yuan had already expected this. He did not lack patience. Once in a while, he would take the initiative to visit Fengjing. In Dang Hun Palace, he could monitor Fengjing's actions from afar. The true reason why Feng Yuan visited was because he wanted Fengjing to know that he had been here. Feng Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Feng Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Guyue Fengjing, there were also Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu immortal Zhengling's soul, and finally there was Shui Songzi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori's soul had already been soul searched by Feng Yuan. Only the soul itself was valuable. But Zhengling and Shui Songzi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan had been soul searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of mortal goo recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal goo recipes, as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Zheng Ling was a wind path goo immortal, and Xuesong Zi was a snow path goo immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path or star path. Before, Fang Yuan had wind path immortal goo and snow path immortal goo. These could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Xuesong Zi's soul was touched. His most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Xuesong Zi and Heicheng got together with Qin Baisheng and the rest. This soul path method was very profound. It made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement. He could not do anything about it. Of course, Zheng Ling and Xuesong Zi had not finished soul searching. It was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langia, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains. They seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, just moving the blessed land. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly. It would cause great damage to the blessed land itself. It needed to use 12 immortal goo at the same time. Land Spirit of Langia was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these immortal goo to Fang Yuan, and let Fang Yuan move. Chapter 895. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting. There was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now, I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 Goo Venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth. I can't do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the Mini-Man Inn? The legends of Renzu? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with. It is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xingxiangzi, you are still so ambitious. Haha. Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a Goo immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me. I am Shan Enjiang. I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Shan Enjiang flew up. In a few breaths of time, he arrived in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head. His pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree. His hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers. His ears were also in the shape of shark fins. The sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jinglan Celestial Walking Immortal Zombie Body? The smile on Shan Anjiang's face froze. He stared at Fang Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Xingxiangzi? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created, and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not a Wisdom Path Goo immortal. I mainly cultivate Star Path and only cultivate Wisdom Path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fang Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Bai Yunsheng was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunsheng had met Sha Nanjiang. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Sha Nanjiang used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had descended into the mortal world. His traces were exposed by Fang Yuan. This was Sha Nanjiang's tactful probing. Soon Fang Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Sha Nanjiang's immortal zombie body's name. When Gu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Sha Nanjiang did not dare to be careless, he showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fang Yuan. With a respectful expression, he turned to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Please follow me closely, Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yulu Blessed Land. A moment later the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color, as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads strung together blocked the light jade door. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yulu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence it was the bridge between Yulu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise in Grotto Heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, He Fengyang and Fairytsong Yu joined hands to attack Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To overcome the door, he used Fengjing and Bloodpath methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Qin Baishang's group attacked Langya Blessed Land, they used the Hairy Man Gu Immortal Trader's Soul to locate it and enter Langya Blessed Land. Thus, even if Fang Yuan did not capture Fengjing for blood deity, he would kill Fengjing for the sake of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's safety. This way there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, even if they could shatter space, they could not enter the Blessed Land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Sha Nanjiang activated his Gu worm. The crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. The two of you please come in. Sha Nanjiang invited. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this and smiled. Your alliance has amazing methods. You have already taken control of the door? Sha Nanjiang laughed lightly. Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now he has already broken through Vanish Immortal Powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded as they stepped into Yulu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land. They were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal Powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour there would be a mighty hail rain, and at the same time there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Sha Nanjiang took the initiative to introduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Fang Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fang Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Sha Nanjiang's traces were exposed by Fang Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength, it had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Miri itself, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fang Yuan lacked now was, it was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fang Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Fang Yuan thought hard. He was a shrewd person. He thought of a way to advance by retreating. he would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu immortal, Xing Xiangzi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yunsheng. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha." After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xing Xiangzi? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon." "I am a wild lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that." Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunsheng. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, "Xing Xiangzi, don't be modest. I heard that sir has good wisdom path attainment. Can you show us your skills now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie, but one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he agreed. "Then I will try, please forgive me if it is inappropriate." "Sir Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and try, even if you fail no one will blame you," Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality, he usually looked at people coldly. This was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude. It was because of Tai Bai Yunsheng. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunsheng's man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow. It was pure white, as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the wisdom path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative wisdom path killer moves. But there were no flaws, the whole battlefield was a single entity. Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious, even though he had been training hard these last 2 months. He was very familiar with many wisdom path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple. It was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. Amazing! This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Tao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Bai Shang's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary Tao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Tao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Tao marks of the immortal aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash. Or the Tao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yulu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langya Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 896. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Swoosh! Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the Tao marks in Yulu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary Tao mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yulu Blessed Land's Tao marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yulu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Bai Shang snatching Refinement Cauldron, causing Langya Blessed Land's Dao marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yulu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the cost and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yulu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fang Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce freezing rain frozen earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fang Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fang Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fang Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fang Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light, and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up. Soon, there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xing Xiangzi need? Among Shark Demon's group, a Gu Immortal asked impatiently. He was Bu Dan, a Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yulu Blessed Land by Shark Demon several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Fang Yuan appeared, Bu Dan was the only half-wisdom path Gu Immortal in the group. Xing Xiangzi's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Fang Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Fang Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Bu Dan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Fang Yuan. The other Gu Immortals were also paying attention to Fang Yuan's performance. Bu Dan asked the question that was on their minds. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead, he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound. I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it. In fact, this battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth was indeed created by the rank 8 great expert fairy Yulu." Fang Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. "Is that so?" Su Baiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. "Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce." Shark Demon nodded. He said, "Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and deduce with all your strength, we will block this attack for you." At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xing Xiangzi was highly praised by Tai Bai Yunsheng, but now it seems, it is not like what the letter said. "Sai, the last time I encountered the battlefield killer move Endless Space Essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in Yulu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If the Xing Xiangzi can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best." This way, the other Gu Immortals no longer looked at Fang Yuan with much anticipation. Bu Dan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves, I could at least find the hidden Gu worms behind them. But this time I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The Gu Immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Bu Dan did not have an immortal Gu. He was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Fang Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Fang Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Fang Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other Gu Immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fang Yuan could use an immortal killer move. He definitely had an immortal Gu. A Gu Immortal with an immortal Gu was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Not all Gu Immortals had immortal Gu. In fact, most rank 6 Gu Immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal Gu. The rain got heavier. The ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The Gu Immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously. They had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change. A small flaw appeared. I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before. I had no clue at all. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out Wisdom Path Mortal Gu at times. These killer moves in Mortal Gu hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw, but the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain. It had already turned into an ice spike storm. The Gu Immortal's immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus it was increasing rapidly. Roar! With a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter-tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 Gu master. A 40-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. A 50-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 Gu master. But now this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster. It could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them. Even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed? How can we fight them? Tai Bai Yunsheng was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again. Shark Demon explained. A Gu Immortal on the left of Shark Demon's side with worry. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yu Lu's master is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar, roar, roar. Snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The Gu Immortals were not willing to face them head-on. They continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fang Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope. Fang Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance for a limited time. His Wisdom Path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things, in the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fang Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path novice was not an exaggeration. But now this Wisdom Path novice was trying to break the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. For example, on Earth it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fang Yuan tightly grasped the flaw he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions, he found a Gu worm. This was a mortal Gu. Together with other mortal Gu and immortal Gu, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Go! Fang Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal Gu. But just as Fang Yuan was about to drag this mortal goo back for research, this mortal goo self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty, it could only return to Fang Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other goo immortals. Because of this mortal goo's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw? Bu Dan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Bu Dan's wisdom path inheritance was too incomplete and low level. His methods were limited. In contrast, Fang Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful wisdom path goo immortals. The previous one was the number 1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain frozen earth. It showed how outstanding his wisdom path inheritance was. Good, Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortal's head suddenly became twice as intense. Swish, swish, swish. The rain poured down, the icicles were sharp, suppressing the goo immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xingxiangzi, what did you do? Bu Dan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fang Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the goo worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon Fang Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth had 2 more flaws. Chapter 897. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fang Yuan found the locations of several goo worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4 locations with goo worms, but they are all mortal goo. They are really well hidden. Even if I have a star path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fang Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal goo. He did not move. He continued to observe and deduce. So close. Soon he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fang Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fang Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this goo, it would be terrible. This time the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast level snow monsters will appear. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fang Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fang Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fang Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Bu Dan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fang Yuan. This was the first time they met Xingxiangzi. They did not know about Fang Yuan's wisdom path strength. Bu Dan could not do it anymore. Now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to this stranger, was it reliable or not? Lord Xingxiangzi, from the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone, as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Budan. Feng Yuan frowned. Budan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again he tried to sow discord. Feng Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain. He cherished it. But now his losses were huge. There was no progress. Even Shark Demon was silent. Su Baiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Budan was targeting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Feng Yuan in the back. Immediately, Feng Yuan took a deep look at Budan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cup sku to send a message to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately cooperated, saying, Budan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xingxiangzi. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through. And you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Budan's expression changed. He said with grievance, how would I dare? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Bai Yunsheng had an extraordinary precious immortal goo. He was an expert healer. He could not be offended. All right, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Feng Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks. A 4th is not a big deal. Feng Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze. His heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Feng Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. He still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's Immortal Zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future, in Shark Demon's heart it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future, in Shark Demon's eyes it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the 5th attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Feng Yuan pondered for a while, before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the goo worm from before. With a soft sound, the goo worm shattered. Another goo worm. Haha. Tai Bai Yunsheng cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Budan did not make a sound. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not let him go under Feng Yuan's instructions. How is it, Budan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal. As long as they are effective, it is fine. Budan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is right. I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He did not resist, but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. You might not understand, but I have known Brother Xingxiangzi for a long time. I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Feng Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon facts spoke louder than words. An immortal zombie shouted, Look quickly. The icy rain in the sky has weakened. Many desolate beast snow monsters are collapsing on their own. The immortals were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Feng Yuan had changed a lot. They had only taken Tai Bai Yunsheng's words for granted, but now that they had seen it for themselves, the immortals' attitudes changed. Maybe this Xingxiangzi can really decipher this battlefield killer move? Earlier, Budan was helpless, but once he arrived, he destroyed 2 goo worms. He even reduced the battlefield's offense by half. It seems that his wisdom path attainment is higher than Budan's. I have to admit that the barbarians of the northern plains are indeed skilled. In everyone's heart, all of them were filled with hope. Budan was all smiles, but his heart was very gloomy. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance further accentuated his incompetence. Bu Dan was very unwilling. He used his wisdom path methods to observe the battlefield again. With this observation, his heart shook, and he was filled with boundless joy. It turned out that Fang Yuan had unraveled 2 mortal goo, and had also relied on Bu Dan's ability during the battle. He also found 1 or 2 flaws. He hurriedly calculated in secret. This was also one of his cleverness. Before there were any results, he restrained himself. He was silently accumulating strength for a counterattack. Fang Yuan secretly retracted his gaze from observing Bu Dan, and inspected the battlefield killer move in front of him again. After destroying that mortal goo, it was like a veil had been lifted. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move revealed another 6 to 7 flaws. However, Fang Yuan was not happy at all. His heart was heavy. These 6 to 7 flaws. The price he had to pay was too high. In a short period of time, Shark Demon and the rest were kept in the dark. When the next wave of attacks arrived, they would feel the pain. Fang Yuan continued to deduce. He had already expended over 10,000 star thoughts in his mind. The battlefield attacks gradually stopped. Shark Demon and the rest let out a breath of turbid air. The pressure on their defense was very heavy. Now that they had passed the 4th round of attacks, their pressure was greatly reduced, but they did not let down their guard. Fang Yuan had also made some progress, but he did not make a move. He did not even use the probing methods that he had used earlier. He sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes, as if he was deducing with all his strength. But he was thinking inwardly. This battlefield killer move has its pros and cons when used to defend blessed lands. One of the biggest cons is that the battlefield killer move can form a temporary world. It is called a quasi-blessed land. Mortal goo and mortal killer moves could be used here. It was not like the blessed land where mortal killer moves were restricted. But all in all, the pros outweigh the cons. These battlefield killer moves greatly delayed the progress of the blessed land. Up until now, Shark Demon and the rest had not seen the true appearance of Yulu blessed land. And even if they could use mortal methods, the attacking goo immortals would not be able to save much immortal essence. Because once a battlefield attack is activated, the goo immortals would have to use immortal methods to advance and retreat. If I can obtain some battlefield killer moves in this Yulu blessed land, and use the blessed land's Dao marks to construct layers of battlefield killer moves, that would be amazing. When I relocate star form blessed land in the future, I can use this method to form layers of defensive lines. Who immortal blessed land can also be used, in case who immortal blessed land is suddenly attacked in the future. These battlefield killer moves can give me enough time to move the blessed land's resources. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fang Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently, but they did not know that Fang Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fang Yuan, nor was it Tai Bai Yunxing who was worried about Fang Yuan, nor was it Shark Demon and the rest, it was Bu Dan. Bu Dan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xing Xiangzi. Earlier, he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but Bu Dan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo, there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Bu Dan had some ability, otherwise, Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yulu blessed land. With this discovery, Bu Dan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, Bu Dan, you are truly amazing. He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Bu Dan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fang Yuan to be helpless before he made a move, to slap Fang Yuan's face. But soon he thought, what if Xing Xiangzi also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally, he decided to make a move. Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look! Bu Dan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Bu Dan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xing Xiangzi, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. Oh no. What's wrong? Tai Bai Yunsheng cooperated. Fang Yuan said. This mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead. Fang Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating astronomy. Chapter 898. What? When the immortal zombies heard Fang Yuan's words, their expressions changed. You are bullshitting. Budan was even more anxious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shark Demon narrowed his eyes. He looked at Budan, then at Fang Yuan. His expression darkened. What is going on? Budan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He immediately said, Lord Shark Demon, I dare to use my many years of reputation to guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this. This Xingxiangzi looks like a good person. Budan pointed at Fang Yuan, but he is actually a petty person who is jealous of others. He must have seen my performance and realized that he is inferior, so he made a false accusation. Lord Shark Demon, fellow comrades, please judge clearly. I know Brother Xingxiangzi's abilities the best. In my opinion, you are the petty person. Tai Bai Yunsheng was furious. He immediately rebuked. Everyone shut up. Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fang Yuan. Xingxiangzi, what do you say? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. I have nothing to say. Seeing his attitude, Su Baiman couldn't help but frown. But Fang Yuan continued. But I have another question I would like to ask Sire Budan. Fang Yuan was not angry at all. He was very charming. Compared to Budan, who was red-faced and scolding, it was a stark contrast. Budan saw Fang Yuan's attitude. He was even more jealous and disgusted. He snorted. What do you have to ask? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He stared at Budan and provoked him. If I ask you, do you dare to answer truthfully? Budan gritted his teeth. He knew that this was Fang Yuan's provocation, but at this moment he could not back down. He stiffened his neck and said, Ask away. Fang Yuan sighed and said, I want to stand aloof from worldly affairs. But someone is making things difficult for me, I am only asking you. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. Right now, there are several hiding places for goo worms. Shark Demon and the others fixed their eyes on Budan. Budan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he only stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Fang Yuan's question was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Budan's heart. Budan had only found a place where goo worms were hidden and deduced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he got rid of it. Now that this goo worm had just been removed, the battlefield killer move would definitely have some flaws that were not there before. However, if Budan wanted to deduce where the rest of the goo worms were hidden, he would need time. Budan had naturally thought of making a false report, but at the next moment, he rejected this stupid idea. Because this thing was easy to verify. You pointed out a goo worm's hiding place, you just need to get rid of it and let everyone see. Facts spoke louder than words. Budan was speechless. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But soon he thought it through. He could not make a false report. He could only reply loudly, You asked to teach me. Then I will satisfy you. Give me some time, after I deduce it, I will teach you. The goo immortals were shrewd. Hearing this, their expressions did not change. But they were shaking their heads inwardly. Budan's sorry state was deeply imprinted in the goo immortals' minds. These goo immortals were not idiots. They naturally understood that Budan's words were not convincing enough. Xingxiangzi exposed Budan's true colors. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Budan with pity. He sighed inwardly. You want to fight with Fang Yuan like this? Fang Yuan knew Budan would reply like this. He laughed at this moment. Sir Budan, you must have only deduced one point. But the goo worm hidden in this point is only a trap. If you can continue to deduce and be more patient, you might be able to find more flaws and deduce more hidden points. That way, you might be able to understand how rash your actions were. Oh. Budan's lips twitched. He had already thought of an excuse. He immediately made things difficult for Feng Yuan. Then why don't you tell everyone what was wrong with my actions? How did it cause problems? What kind of trap is this point? Haha, you need to answer properly. Lord Su Baiman has a lie detection method. This point was naturally not a trap. Feng Yuan naturally could not answer. But Feng Yuan was already prepared. He smiled lightly. My wisdom path inheritance is a unique method. How can it be leaked? Budan, you are so shrewd. Are you trying to steal my wisdom path method? Bullshit. Budan was enraged. Budan spoke rudely time and time again, but Feng Yuan was not angry. He glanced at immortal zombie shark demon. Shark demon was frowning. He was watching from the side, waiting for Feng Yuan and Budan to come to a conclusion. Feng Yuan saw this and knew that Shark Demon was biased towards Budan. This was not strange at all. Shark Demon and Budan were members of Zombie Alliance after all. Furthermore, Shark Demon and Budan had worked together so many times. They had been together for so long. There was a saying, distant relatives are not distant relatives. Feng Yuan was only meeting Shark Demon for the first time. They were strangers. Meanwhile, Budan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Feng Yuan laughed. His expression suddenly changed as he looked at Budan in disdain, saying, Clown, I will teach you a lesson today. Watch carefully. Saying so, Feng Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword, moving them in the air. Specks of starlight flew out of his fingertips, flying into the air, some near and some far away before stopping. Here, and here, all of them have hidden mortal goo. If you don't believe me, you can do as I say and try them one by one. For example, here you need to use a fire path attack to destroy the goo worm. Or there you need to use an ice path method to make it appear. Then use lightning to destroy the goo worm. And here, if you want to destroy the hidden mortal goo, you need to wait for the next wave of attacks to destroy it. Feng Yuan spoke with certainty. The starlight specks stopped in the air. There were as many as 10 of them. The goo immortals were all smart people. Feng Yuan pointed out the exact locations of these hidden goo worms, and even explained the method to destroy them in detail. He made it clear that he was not afraid of them verifying it. This intense confidence made people have no choice but to believe him. Budan stared with wide-opened eyes, but did not know how to retort. He became impatient, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to make a move in disbelief. I want to see if you are speaking the truth. Wait. Feng Yuan waved his hand. He stopped him. Budan was already in an awkward situation. He was pleasantly surprised. But he smiled coldly on the surface. What, Xingxiangzi, are you afraid? Feng Yuan sighed, looking at Budan. He gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Budan almost jumped in anger again. Feng Yuan immediately spoke. These hidden goo worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the goo worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps. They are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield. Killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which one should be touched and which should not be. After saying that, Feng Yuan turned to the immortal zombie shark demon, bowing. Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry. I am not capable enough. Seeing Feng Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Budan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Feng Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Feng Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Feng Yuan. He wanted to trample on Feng Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course he could not do that, because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader. He naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xingxiangzi was tied by Yunxing's good friend. He was brought here by the latter. Xingxiangzi bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path. Even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher than Bu Dan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yulu Blessed Land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. Brother Xing Xiangzi's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now? Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xing Xiangzi brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier. To think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness I spoke without thinking. Sigh, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Bo Dan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fang Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Bu Dan's face. It was like slapping Bu Dan's face repeatedly. But this time Bu Dan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete, it could not compare to Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Bu Dan knew that he was inferior. But he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damn Xing Xiangzi said? The pitiful Bu Dan was framed by Fang Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fang Yuan looked at Bu Dan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating, because the following attacks were very fierce. If they were not careful, some of these goo immortals might die. If they could persevere, their immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Such a huge loss would cause the goo immortals to feel heartache. But Fang Yuan did not have the ability to break through this battlefield. By then, the goo immortals would put in so much effort, but Fang Yuan, who they had high hopes for, would not make any progress. It was easy to imagine how bad their impression of Fang Yuan would be. Thus, Fang Yuan's humility earlier was not to mock Bu Dan. He was setting a trap in the goo immortals' hearts. Retreating is inevitable, but how to do so is a matter of consideration. Fang Yuan thought of this and glanced at Bu Dan discreetly, before continuing to speak to Shark Demon. There is not much time left until the next attack. After this change, all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. I can only start over and give it a try. I won't hide it from everyone, the chances of success are not high, I need more time. Most importantly, this attack will be very fierce. According to my suggestion, we should retreat now. The goo immortals naturally would not give up, after all, they were already at this stage. Shark Demon said, Brother Xing Xiang, please try again. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to sit cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Soon the 5th attack was launched. Ice needles rained down. Dozens of snow monsters roared as they charged at the goo immortals. This attack is indeed much more powerful. Let's go. This is just the beginning, but it is already so difficult. Bu Dan, what should I say to you? Bu Dan's expression was ashen. He gritted his teeth, his gaze cold. He felt that the surrounding goo immortals' gazes were piercing his heart even more than the ice rain. The goo immortals' words were like whips lashing at his soul. Xing Xiangzi. Xing Xiangzi. He roared in his mind, chanting a name, but it was a fake name. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Pound. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunsheng's man as before immortal goo was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xing Xiangzi, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area, it was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth size, This Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength, he had the ability to guard this sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes. They were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had on the surface, this banquet was very effective. It was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup. Even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of goo worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone please look. This is the Godspear shark. This is the Shattertooth golden shark. And that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Feng Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Feng Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of Ji's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The Shattertooth golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the Shattertooth golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Feng Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth, they formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver scale great treasure shark was the largest on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver-scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver-scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the Shattertooth golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it, these little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality. They are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Feng Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunsheng also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, They were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public, they had to be serious and impartial. In private they were gentle and calm, they would joke around, it made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subaiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Subaiman would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Subaiman had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. "You are too kind, haha. Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list." Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huang Xing's bumpy sea area, and Shun Clan Gu Immortal Shanishir's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long. You might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea Area. The seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea Area from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea. There are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea Area. Mermaids have all kinds of beauty. There are countless mermen living there. They have great strength. They are one of the top 10 super forces in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunqing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast, nature is vast, Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources. It is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Merman. Fang Yuan's heart jolted. A trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, "This is the first time you have come to my place as guests. I have prepared some gifts, I hope you will accept them." This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fang Yuan did not reject any gifts. He had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. "Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance." Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. "Good. I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Gu Immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the two of you." "Oh." Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Subaiman covered her mouth as she smiled and explained, "You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will gift some sharks. However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities." "So that's it." Tai Bai Yunqing and Fang Yuan. They immediately understood. "Please take action, you only have 7 minutes. During this period you will have to stay in the palace. If you go out, you will be breaking the rules," Shark Demon said. Tai Bai Yunqing could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well, they had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fang Yuan, however, suddenly thought, "Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life?" In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Subaiman had already died. The reason for their deaths was unknown. This Shark Sea had become someone else's property. The Gu Immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xingbua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu Immortal Zhu Xingbua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun, time was limited. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the 3 that Shark Demon pointed out earlier. Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fang Yuan were bloodfiend sharks and star spot sharks. Of these two types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu immortal blessed land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for star-form blessed land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the blessed land. However, the numbers of these two types of sharks were far less than the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark. Because the ferocity of bloodfiend sharks and star spot sharks could not compare to the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain bloodfiend sharks and star spot sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in this sea area. Fang Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of bloodfiend sharks and star spot sharks. As for the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark, Fang Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many divine spear sharks, shattering teeth golden sharks, and silver scale great treasure sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Bai Yunsheng. The cloudline sharks that Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai blessed land. However, these cloudline sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yunsheng's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloudline sharks, but the god spear sharks, shatter-tooth golden sharks, and silver-scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yunsheng's methods spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the 3 groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunsheng was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The 3 groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yunsheng without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunsheng harvested an ideal number of cloudline sharks. Tai Bai Yunsheng hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up and solemnly bowed to the 2 of them. The 2 of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the hosts were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly she asked, "What do you think of this Xing Xiang Zi?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared. His gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunsheng. He is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Bu Dan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xing Xiangzi. Bu Dan was on my side, but Xing Xiangzi was making things difficult for him. If Bu Dan was embarrassed, I would also lose face." This Xing Xiangzi had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea, but Northern Plains. Su Baiman quickly consoled. Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride. As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demoness had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. Why is Madame suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bodan secretly giving Madame some big gift, right? Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift. It is just a palm-sized medicine ice. Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? It seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments, he is not simple. Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xing Xiangzi is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xing Xiangzi in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods with Budan. Xing Xiangzi will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Baiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xing Xiangzi will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ha ha ha, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yunxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yunxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion, he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other. And I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yunxing, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship, because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Ah, didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt something amiss, hearing Fang Yuan's tone. He seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortals 88-point Jinyang Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother. I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother. I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunsheng blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu Immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xingxiangzi, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu Immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, "What pressure?" Fang Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunsheng's face turn pale. Which superforce is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu Immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Diaoling, was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song. Her name was Yishur. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishur was doted on by her grandfather Song Qiyuan since she was young. Some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu Immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level, while Song Yishur was enjoying the fruits of their labor. Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishur asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, the sea area was rich in resources. It was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating astronomy. Chapter 901. After planning for half a month, Fang Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Fang Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions, or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Fang Yuan concealed his figure under the blazing sun. He strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Fang Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li Village. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu immortal appeared here. His name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Fang Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff. Hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to biography of Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Fang Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Fang Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Fang Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet. Not to mention Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening, there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in Li Xiaoyao. The content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several Gu worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next, he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea. It was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea, some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Feng Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Feng Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. This moment Feng Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow, there was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano there was a natural underwater hot spring. Feng Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Feng Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Feng Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales. Its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another, and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river. Seeing the insects flying out, its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Feng Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Feng Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Feng Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Feng Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted. Sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They had no value to Feng Yuan. The only thing that caught Feng Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Feng Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river. They were a type of fish. Feng Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Feng Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Feng Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishur was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today Song Yishur was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishur and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishur arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishe went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishe's private territory. Song Yishe had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while, she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her body was soft. She had red lips and beautiful eyes. Her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon her mood turned for the better. She started to hum softly. She did not know that Feng Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Feng Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yenef seeing Xing Xiangzi, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her, Song Yishe screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male goo immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yishe fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Feng Yuan waved his hand, talking non-stop. At this moment, Song Yishe's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Song Yishe was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Feng Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and two streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right, they coiled towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishe was a waterpath goo immortal. This stream yarn was Song Clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Feng Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let this stream yarn get close, Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Feng Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Feng Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light, like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Goo, countless Fire Path Mortal Goo were like countless fireflies, flying around. Star Path Immortal Killer Move. Star Fire Escape. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Feng Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Feng Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. Where are you going? Song Yishe shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom! A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook, and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yishe was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Feng Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Song Yishe gritted her teeth. With the help of Star Fire Escape, Feng Yuan's speed was extremely fast, but because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while, he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yishe bathing. Song Yishe acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation, he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yishe hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yishe relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament, and Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Song Yishe, and was taught Gu master cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fang Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yishe is young, and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yishe was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Gu Immortal Yao Gu Pai was one of Song Yishe's pursuers. Right now he was patrolling around a motion poetry sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Yishe would go to a motion poetry sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Yishe more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gu Pai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fang Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance, he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gu Pai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishe also came out of the sea. Looking at Fang Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die!" What perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gu Pai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Yishe encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Yao Gu Pai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Yishe, don't worry, Yao Gu Pai am here. At the next moment, Yao Gu Pai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishe was slightly stunned. Her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gu Pai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me. She was still a young girl. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing. She had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret. It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fang Yuan. No one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu Immortal had appeared. She knew this person. He was one of the pursuers she hated. His surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishe was not too sure. Yao Gu Pai saw Song Yishe's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Yishe's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gu Pai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gu Pai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gu Pai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Yishe faint. Kissing her, no kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Yishe had been violated? How much humiliation? Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gu Pai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, "This damned old thing, old pervert, don't run. You actually dare to blaspheme our Fairy Yishe. I will peel off your skin. I will make you regret everything you have done to Fairy Yishe." When Song Yishe heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud, do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man. Isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gu Pai could not hear Song Yishe's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yishur had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss. She wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gupai, but her skin was too soft. She could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy, was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had already calculated Song Yishur's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder. Feng Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gupai. The two Gu immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Feng Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Feng Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Yishur was a Gu immortal of a superforce Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Qian. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Feng Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents. It was not a life-and-death battle. At most, Feng Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yishur was a young girl. She did not have much experience. Her thoughts were still very conservative. This was the first time someone had seen her body. She was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened. Instead, he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yishur's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter. He became a sword path Gu immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yishur. Song Yishur was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years. It was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course, there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later, Song Qiyuan's lifespan was used up. He died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken. Song Yishur's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yishur. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yishur, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her. He became the person Song Yishur trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful sword path Gu immortal. This made Song Yishur fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 regions chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together. They were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam bam bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yishur and Yao Gupai continued to attack. But due to the distance, Feng Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Feng Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord. Even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Song Yishur. She was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Feng Yuan no matter what. Feng Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishur was seething with anger. She felt like she was not being chased but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Feng Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Ishur and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea, but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Ishur is Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fong Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the Net IC area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Ishur I Chun Zhongyong will lend you a hand. Fong Yuan chuckled and dodged Chun Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait, Fairy Ishur is as pure as ice and pure as jade. Yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed, he deserves to be killed. Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal. You dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Ishur was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fong Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly, she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Ishur could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fong Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fong Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal scolded in response. But Fong Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout. I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing. You still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman. Do you think we are so easily deceived? The Gu immortals behind him scolded. Fong Yuan shouted. Even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it. I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered... Shut up! Song Ishur shouted. She was worried that Fong Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him. If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Ishur, am not someone who kills innocent people. Song Ishur had learned her lesson. She had improved. She actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Song Ishur was too capable. Her acting was not up to par. Fong Yuan ran even faster, shouting, Do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent. I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano. Shut up. Song Ishur was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Fong Yuan's words. Seeing that Fong Yuan was interrupted by Song Ishur again, they felt slightly regretful. But Fong Yuan quickly said, You don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything, I only saw you bathing. This is all a misunderstanding. Song Yishu's vision darkened. She was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Fang Yuan's shouting. So such an interesting thing happened. At this time a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. It's Seven Seas Snake Lady. The Gu immortals chasing Fang Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Don't think I don't dare to kill you, Fang Yuan growled using Star Cloud Grindstone. He had been escaping all along. How could Yao Gu Pai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the Star Cloud Grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the Star Cloud Grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding Yao Gu Pai's head in his hands. Don't go too far. Fang Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gu Pai is a Gu immortal after all, but he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep wariness in their hearts. Chapter 904. 3 days later in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishu, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yishu was Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xing Xiangzi's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yishu's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xing Xiangzi's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gu Pai in battle. After that, he escaped with Yao Gu Pai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. Next, he used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gu Pai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gu Pai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gu Pai was a woodpath Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus immortal venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gu Pai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Yishur and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Feng Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me, with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones. Even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Feng Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Quartz warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention the big tree land spirit's final condition was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Wood Pathgu Venerable. Yao Gupai was also a Wood Pathgu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus Sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal goo. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Feng Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gupai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gupai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Feng Yuan could only have evil intentions and plan to forcefully attack it. Just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yulu blessed land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Feng Yuan scattered a group of mortal goo, forming a goo formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Feng Yuan's goo formation. After finishing this task, this mortal goo formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Feng Yuan came out of Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yulu blessed land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu Immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xingxiang, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Feng Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu Immortals also looked at Feng Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Feng Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter. This is not a troublesome matter. It is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Budan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Feng Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Budan paid a huge price, he gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Feng Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Subaiman and Budan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Sha Nanjiang. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move, freezing rain, frozen earth again. For this invasion we will need you, Xing Xiangzi. Budan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Budan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself. He crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain, frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain, frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yulu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the freezing rain, frozen earth battlefield killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice immortal goo, it was extremely effective against freezing rain, frozen earth. Even the desolate beast-level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful freezing rain, frozen earth, upon meeting a mere melt ice immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The goo master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible goo masters. With Melt Ice Immortal Goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot. He also thought of many methods. This time Fang Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance was incomparably outstanding. Fang Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening up the battlefield, Fang Yuan's progress became faster and faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fang Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person. He ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's wisdom path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fang Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move. His dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods. He learned a lot of practical experience. His wisdom path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the freezing rain, frozen earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the freezing rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks. It was all because of Shark Demon's Melt Ice Immortal Goo that held up the battlefield. Then, according to your deductions with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points. They are like the stars in the sky. but from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found. To get rid of them, I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Sha Nanjiang involuntarily blurted out, 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time. There are definitely immemorial level soul beasts that have formed, and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, if that is the case, it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These Gu immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many Gu immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later. The specific time will depend on the situation. I will inform everyone. Xingxiangzi, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you, Lord Shark Demon, for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yishur cannot do anything to me. Even though Song Clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xingxiangzi, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone will meet again next time. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng flying away, Budan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. This Xingxiangzi does not know what is good for him, Lord. He actually did not appreciate your kindness. Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, if you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this? Budan had a bitter expression. Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete. My ability is limited. Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Budan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Su Baiman got closer and smiled. Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xingxiangzi and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains Gu immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xingxiangzi also has immortal Gu with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill that Yao Gu Pai on the spot. It will not be a big deal. Chapter 906. Eastern Sea Song Clan Headquarters, Zhongshui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yishur rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and a group of rank 7 Gu immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Song Yishur barged in like this. Song Qiyuan slowly turned around, showing no anger on his face. He had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yishur was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Qiyuan did not know about this. This young female Gu immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time, she added in her mind, I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good idea. But he dragged his words. Song Qiyuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiaoqi to help you? Song Yishur's eyes shined. Forgetting her own honor, she thought of something and asked excitedly, Grandpa, is it about ascending heaven plane? Song Qiyuan did not hide it from her. He admitted, that's right. Ascending Heaven Plane's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in Ascending Heaven Plane. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Gu immortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Ruolai clan. We will try our best to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great-grandmaster of the remote antiquity era in history. He had the same fame as old immortal Kong Ju. Long hair ancestor and old immortal Kong Ju. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial nine heavens, he failed and died. Even though Song Yishur was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, "Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those two clans. You don't need to worry about their matters." However, Uncle Song Xiaqi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jidan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. Haha, my good granddaughter. Alright, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Qiyuan tossed out a token. Song Yishur hurriedly took it and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Song Yishur floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Gu immortal beside him, "Uncle Xiaqi, how do I go in?" Song Xiaqi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. "Didn't the old man give you a token? Little Yishur. You only need to show your token and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it." Song Yishur raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu immortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. "Uncle Jiadan," Song Yishur called out. Since birth, she had only seen Gu immortal Song Jiadan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu immortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jiadan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the three most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Pan Jiadan, Huan was hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise, returning from Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes, looking at Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue. His muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. "Little Shur, cousin Xiaqi, long time no see. Uncle Jiadan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image in the ore I collected." Song Yishur took the initiative to hand over two Gu worms. "Let me take a look at the token first," Song Jiadan said slowly. Even though he knew Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi, he was impartial and impartial. He needed Song Qiyuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jiadan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the two Gu worms in Song Yishur's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. "I can't deduce it." "What?" At once, be it the expectant Song Xiaqi or the confident Song Yishur, they were both extremely shocked. "Uncle, you are one of the three strongest wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you not deduce it?" Song Yishur shouted. "Little Shur, don't be anxious." Song Xiaqi's expression was solemn. "Cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from Northern Plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you can't deduce it?" Song Jiadan was still expressionless. His voice was deep and slow. "What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it? I only have rank 7 cultivation level, even though I have some reputation. That is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes and heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Song Xiaqi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan, it is not that I am humble, but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Song Yishur said unwillingly. Uncle Jiadan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. Then he said, there are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not in Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has wisdom path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other wisdom path Gu immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xingxiangzi was not in Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to northern plains? Second, how could Xingxiangzi have wisdom path attainment that could resist Song Jiadan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jiadan? Was it Nangong tribe's Gu immortal Huan, or Dragonhead tortoise immortal in Adversity Sea? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Song Yishur requested. Song Jiadan rejected directly. No. The clan is making a huge move. We are fighting for old eccentric Tiannan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods. I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jiadan did not do your best. Song Yishur heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily, all right, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jiadan slowly closed his eyes. Song Yishur was ignored at the side. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tiannan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xingxiangzi was a small matter. Song Yishur was pampered, but she cared about the big picture in the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, Hu immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Feng Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time, he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Feng Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Star Fire Escape, and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Star Fire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Song Yishur's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Feng Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Sha Nanzhong's traces. The predecessors of these 2 killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Feng Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity, in this short period of time, perfecting Star Fire Escape and Star Thought Projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3 Star Path Immortal Gu. Of course, the main reason is that my Star Path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, moving perspective Gu appeared in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. The information contained in the Gu came from Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya has finally completed the relocation of Langya Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of immortal Gu now. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land Spirit of Langya, and then relocate Star Form Blessed Land. In Feng Yuan's plan, star-form blessed land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in northern plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, immortal blessed land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then star-form blessed land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulan knew the location of star-form blessed land. He Lulan knew that meant Fairy Li Shan also knew. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person since he was the owner of star-form blessed land now. He naturally had to move the blessed land to a place that only he knew. Floating astronomy. Chapter 907. Immediately, Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the three continents looked at each other. In the sky, there was a fourth continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal goo that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy Mangu masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Feng Yuan after seeing him. Feng Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal goo, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the three continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Feng Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya Sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The hairy Mangu immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious goo immortal battle strength to refine goo. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy Mangu immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the three continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen, and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy Mangu master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baishang's forceful attack. The Land Spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya Blessed Land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the Land Spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The Land Spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. There were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him. To refine goo. But Feng Yuan only muttered this in his mind. He would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the Land Spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world. Humans and other variant humans were inferior. Feng Yuan raised hairy men as goo refinement slaves. The Land Spirit of Langya knew about this situation. He would never accept it. He would even fall out with Feng Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men. When they were discussing the compensation for Langya Blessed Land's battle earlier, he knew that the land spirit of Langya definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fang Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land will go through this iron and blood transformation. The hairy Mangu immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya Blessed Land also went through such a transformation. That was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya Blessed Land's situation is very complicated. Even though 2 hairy Mangu immortal spies jumped out, it is hard to say that there will not be a 3rd or 4th spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Baishang and the rest were actually able to develop such spies. Their methods are simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked. He brought up an old topic. Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right? Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. Look, I have already prepared them. The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked. He received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fang Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fang Yuan's foundation. He was very surprised. This kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones? Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good. He owes a huge debt and also favors it will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. He did not agree with Fang Yuan's actions, but he also understood. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished. He would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fang Yuan and attempt to turn Fang Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fang Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know. He was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fang Yuan's private property. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Fengyang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Sandwiched between the two superforces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate, he could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these 2 were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Starform Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, His earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 gu immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Feng Yuan and Land Spirit of Lengia used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Feng Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal gu, a total of 16, to relocate the blessed land. Feng Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Feng Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arowana's shape, bones, flesh, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Feng Yuan's figure. Feng Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Feng Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star Form Blessed Land. After completing this step, Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal gu. He started to deduce according to the method that the Land Spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered. Some were merging, while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days in Star Form Blessed Land. After a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Feng Yuan obtained 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams. These 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large Gu formation diagram corresponded to Star Form Blessed Land. It had 8 formation cores. The small Gu formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal Gu to control the formation. The 2 large and small Gu formation diagrams together required 12 immortal Gu. Chapter 908. Feng Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the Gu formation diagram, under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in Star Form Blessed Land, and set up the corresponding immortal Gu. Star Form Blessed Land lacks space path Dao marks. The Land Spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations, some were near and some were far away. Feng Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Feng Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Feng Yuan returned to his original location and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, Star Form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Feng Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark, it was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. Without further ado, Feng Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of this spine-fin star dragonfish's body, according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-form blessed land. Thus Fang Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Fang Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him. Even 1 or 2 immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next, it was time for the most crucial part of moving the blessed land. Fang Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-form blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead, it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then, it slowly converged and finally condensed into Fang Yuan's pupils. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star dragonfish shook intensely. The small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spine-fin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spine-fin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Fang Yuan breathed heavily, before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-form blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-form blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The moment star-form blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Fang Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable. It started to erupt in the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these minor details. He placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and star-form blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fang Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fang Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-form blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Fang Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home. It was placed on the spine-fin star arawana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Langya used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient desolate beast. Then when the ancient desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo. Otherwise, the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time, he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arowana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arowana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the two immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor. But in history, he was as famous as Long-Hair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long river of Gu immortal history, one of the three refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Gu immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kong Ju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal Gu that Feng Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal Gu was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a Gu immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small Gu formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kong Ju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Yen, Long-Hair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Gu Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Gu Immortals. Time elapsed and the world changed. Countless years had passed, and now it was Feng Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Let's go there. Feng Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed. The pressure on its body was huge. It felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langya had moved away from Langya Blessed Land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Yuan did not relocate Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation, but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the Starform Paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Gu immortals. Just like that, Feng Yuan led the spine-fin star Arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Feng Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star Arowana. Feng Yuan's destination was Starform Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Feng Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively. It often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star Arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Feng Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Arowana. Chapter 909. Feng Yuan entered Starform Blessed Land. Asterisk after star form blessed land was relocated, heaven and earth chi shook. An earthquake occurred in star form blessed land. Only when star form blessed land landed again did it absorb the endless earth chi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time Feng Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Feng Yuan's heart sank, he sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Feng Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend star form blessed land. Land spirit of Langya had told Feng Yuan about this. Langya blessed land's losses were much greater than Feng Yuan's star form blessed land. Thus, normally speaking, blessed lands would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Feng Yuan summoned the land spirit. Star form land spirit's eyes were red. He could not understand why his master was moving. Under star form land spirit's lead, Feng Yuan started to inspect star form blessed land. First, he had to inspect star form blessed land's four main sources of income: Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom. It had not dried up completely. Landscape as before. Feng Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately the ground in Broken Star Lake healed. The lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost, and for some time to come. For some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake, only seaweed, and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to Hu immortal blessed land by Feng Yuan a long time ago. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land. Living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Feng Yuan went to the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the Meteorite Sinkhole, and the Stardust Meadow. To Feng Yuan's surprise, the forest of Arrow Bamboo was unscathed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of Arrow Bamboo. It was a close shave. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was Star Form Blessed Land's largest breeding ground. Feng Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and stored them in Hu immortal blessed land. He did not expect the Arrow Bamboo Forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burnt to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The stardust meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before immortal goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, Star Form Blessed Land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Feng Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore Star Form Blessed Land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored. Feng Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, Star Form Blessed Land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire blessed land. But Star Form Blessed Land's terrain is special. I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Feng Yuan. Before leaving, he said, "If you need to relocate, you can find me." Needless to say, he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month, He had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The land spirit of Langya continued, "If you join my Langya sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow gu at a discount." "I will think about it." Fang Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Langya. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined, he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to tie Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal gu to Tai Bai Yunqing. Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunqing about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Bai Yunqing told him that Song Yisher and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Bai Yunqing because of this. "At this rate, our relationship will be exposed soon," Fang Yuan muttered. "I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter," Tai Bai Yunqing said. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He was not shaken by external pressure. He shook his head. "The time is not right yet. There are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Let's wait and see." Hu Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Fang Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed in the end," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting down, sitting directly on a short jilin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short ji forest was already very rare. Right now the underground cave was filled with ji forests. These ji forests were very different from before. Not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood red in color. It turned out that after Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th blood begonia earthly calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary ji forest had turned into a blood ji forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil was originally not suitable for ji forests to grow. But after turning into a blood ji forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood ji forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood ji forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. He was focused on developing Star Form Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have to be abandoned. Star Form Blessed Land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, Star Form Blessed Land's value and significance to Fang Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Star Form Blessed Land. As for Star Form Blessed Land's construction plan, Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Star Form Blessed Land. After some calculations, the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge 3-dimensional river system. This made use of Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain. Star Form Blessed Land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside. The terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the Blessed Land. But if it was a 3-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing it would fall to the edge of the Blessed Land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fang Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Langya, forcefully creating a cloud cover continent in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the Blessed Land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But Star Form Blessed Land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in star-form blessed land was much better than in Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Feng Yuan lacked funds. The 2,000 immortal yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Lengya. Thus, these last days he could only repair the 4 resource points in star-form blessed land. The arrow bamboo forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moon well water. The meteorite pit and broken star lake were completely restored. The star fragment grass field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Feng Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the star path inheritance and obtained star shoot immortal goo, spring star rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain in Hu immortal blessed land, they had not been moved yet. Chapter 9-10. Feng Yuan was not anxious as long as Guyue Fengjing could eat prison food. It meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset in view of the world to get closer to Feng Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Feng Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfeng Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfeng Naganori, Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling, Snowy Mountain Shuesong Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone cultivator Yao Gu Pai. These last days, other than constructing star-form blessed land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present, he had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories, and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Feng Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfeng Naganori's soul. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfeng Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. "My memories have already been searched by you, but recently, you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy, and need to decipher battlefield killer moves." Towards Dongfeng Naganori's sudden words, Feng Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, "That's right. These last days I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time." Soul searching could be understood as reading a book. It was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book, so one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way one could learn more. Dongfeng Naganori's soul smiled. "Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice." No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. "And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me, and I will treat you as my most capable assistant." "That's a good suggestion." Feng Yuan nodded and smiled. "But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons." The faint smile on Feng Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. "Ah!" Dongfeng Naganori's soul twitched violently, and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dongfeng Naganori a good lesson. Feng Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling. The other room was Shuesong Zi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu immortals were not wisdom path Gu immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have wisdom path methods, they had wind path and snow path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Feng Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these two souls had already been searched by Feng Yuan several times. From Shui Songzi's soul. Feng Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in snowy mountain-blessed land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Feng Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, who was unfathomable, Feng Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Songzi were both part of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. Knowing that Feng Yuan caused Shui Songzi's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Feng Yuan, she would inform old ancestor Shui, who due to the alliance agreement. And in Zhengling's soul, Feng Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete wind path inheritance from Zhengling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge, the resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Feng Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven Fragment world, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Chatua and other Gu immortals. It was a tiger's den. Feng Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Feng Yuan received Tai Bai Yunqing's letter. It told Feng Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, before coming out. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. Come, let me introduce you, this is the famous Xing Xiangzi. Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Feng Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me. As he spoke, Feng Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal Gu that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal Gu survived. Some were even shattered into pieces. He Xing Xiangzi, you offended Song clan. This wisdom path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu immortal spoke. Another thin middle-aged female Gu immortal had a cold and arrogant expression. She said with a trace of disdain, that's right. Right now, among the three publicly recognized strongest wisdom path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later. The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Feng Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan, Huan is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the three publicly recognized wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time. You will be deduced sooner or later. Xing Xiangzi nodded, cupping his fist towards the three Gu immortals. I have learned a lot. Thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal Gu on him were wisdom path defensive methods. They were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Feng Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. Alright, brother Xingxiang. Let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly Gu immortal who spoke earlier. This is the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path and wisdom path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu immortal. This is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xia Shufang Master Xia. Finally, the smiling fat Gu immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xian. He cultivates space path and has wisdom path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all three of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, "It is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song Clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song Clan is going all out to fight for ascending heaven plane. They are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song Clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause you Lu blessed land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble." These words were said without mercy. Many Gu immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xing Xiangzi would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression sank, while Bu Dan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this Gu immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. Master Xie is right, Song Clan is a superforce with huge assets. How can I resist such an existence? Thus I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xie Shufang was stunned in her impression. Northern Plains Gu immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react, he laughed. Of course. Brother Xingxiang has great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yishe. Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song Clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry. I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yishe bathing. In the end I caused this storm. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Bu Dan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I trust Brother Xing Xiangzi. Let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, the immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky. A thunderstorm was approaching. Intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand. Their numbers increased rapidly. Without any pause, they immediately attacked Fang Yuan and the rest. The moment Fang Yuan, Bu Dan and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden Gu worm. It was just a race against time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.